Hello everybody! I am once again here to do some art, and we're gonna be working on the model today again. If I were to finish this today, then we also have the Iron Mouse fan art to work on, but I got that. So we'll just work on this today. I did do a little bit on my own, not like much, just a smidgen. Mostly like the skin parts. Because you know, I'm a little bit scared of the 2S sometimes, but it's okay. Let's finish up the legs actually, because there are. I did the thighs just now. Do the calves. I'm also a little sick today, I will say. So I'm not sure how much energy I'm bringing today. Probably a little bit less than usual. Come on, like, I feel alright. But that could change, so. I am not making any promises. But we'll just do some art. See how far we get today. And then we shall see, you know? That's a bit too much of, here. It doesn't matter, like, too much, because you're not gonna see it for the most part, but yeah. Consistency. Right, because then it's like this, and all of a sudden you can't see anything anymore. It's okay. Actually, when I was traveling the other day, the train was pretty crowded, I would say. Like, more than I'm used to these days, except for, you know, the children rush hour, I guess. And there was a man sitting with his toddler, like, towards me on the same seat. And his toddler then proceeded to cough directly into my face. And now I feel a little sick. So that's great. But it's fine. It's not that bad, I feel. I hope. I took like cold meds to try and combat it, so I'm hoping it'll end up not making me bedridden. I guess we shall see. I would be a little bit miffed. I did have to end up like that, but you know, I'll just pull through. But yeah, I do feel a little not so good. Not the biggest problem, of course. I do feel a little bit healthier nowadays, so I'm glad I'm not like completely crashing out because a child coughed at me. But who knows? I woke up yesterday and started feeling awful. So maybe my time has not come yet. I hope that's not the case though. I very much like to not be sick. Just once. Yeah. I see that actually, hold on. Sure. How did I do that? Let's see. Go. Try my best to render this in a way sense acted. I do think the legs look quite nice, even though you won't see most of them. I also changed how I did the hips to torso thing. I don't know if it'll work like this. Try. We shall see. For now, we shall work hard. I do want to like talk about a few things today. But I feel like I need to draw this first. I don't think this purple is present anywhere else. So do it like this. make new colors for myself. I feel like I should also probably try to make what? Okay. Well, I'm mildly displeased at how the colors look on my screen, like my tablet screen, versus how they actually look. But it is okay. We'll deal with it, you know? That's too bright. Let's pick a different. And then let's do. No. Okay. I want to try and create like a little rim here. Because, you know, it's supposed to be more than just a flat object. It's supposed to have some dimension to it. I don't know if that's too much though, you know? Yeah, I had fun though. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Well, that's good to know. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I mean, I doubt these are gonna be too separate in movement, but I don't know. Hmm. I really like that new sparkly brush that I found. I don't know why. Oh. Okay. I wonder what the layer limit will actually be for this. I ain't looking that great right now, Chief. Well, if it... Oh, I'm going to save first of all. If it does crash, I should have it backed up enough so I don't lose a lot of progress. Okay. Still. Oh, hello, Goober! How are you? So nice of you to join me today. I don't know if I sound sick. I hope not, but you know. What do I know? I am working on a VTuber model. I guess I can show you the whole thing. What it looks like right now. This is what I'm making. I'm just rendering everything right now so we can rig it later. Thank you. I'm trying a few new things with this, so I'm hoping it works out. Maybe, hopefully. I might be a little bit upset if it doesn't, but that's okay. I'm not gonna use it. I'm either going to do a giveaway or I'm going to sell it. Because that, you know, I have my own that I use. This is just for me to practice. Practice A, making this look better in terms of rendering, and B, the rigging afterwards. Because I do both. Oops. What the heck? This is just practice. But you know, if I can... Oh wait, this is the... If I can give someone maybe a model that is, you know, completely usable, and they like it, then I will be happy. I mean, I have not sold anything so far. I still need to finish the other 2 models that I made recently. So I can start the giveaway stuff. But it's okay. It's not like, you know, I don't have a lot of reach, so I don't expect people to go crazy over this stuff. But I just want to help. Someone gets to have a model. Because of me. The stuff is very expensive. I will be happy. Beggars can't be choosers, no? Oh, I did want to talk about Nintendo Switch 2 stuff that, you know, everyone's talking about. But I, of course, also have my opinions on this. Because why wouldn't I? I haven't really been... I haven't really cared about consoles. Or, by the way. In a hot minute. Because they're like, I don't know, I've seen the light of PC, you know, where it's like, oh, this is I can choose how much I pay for this. And oh yeah. I know that nowadays everything costs more money, right? But the fact that you have to pay like 70-80 bucks for a game, and I think the even worst part about this for me is the fact that the physical one costs like 10 bucks more, and it's for nothing. Literally, you don't get anything or for the physical version that would like justify that price, you know? Hello, Lube. I am a bit sick, but I'm doing okay. But I'm very sorry if my sickiness is annoying. I heard someone say that the physical price being 10 more is to discourage reselling, I guess. Because if you buy the Nintendo eShop version, you can't like sell it to someone else, I guess. But this is so ridiculous. I don't think that's a very good justification for this kind of behavior. Thank you. I actually got sick because a toddler straight up sneezed directly into my face. Because, you know, they're toddlers. They don't know how to, like, not do that. But, that was unpleasant. And I've been feeling sick since. But it's fine. I will try to rest and get better. Oh yeah, that is very true. Like, I understand. Well, no, I don't. It's like... it's just corporate greed. I really wish they wouldn't do that, but it's just... this feels too blatant, you know? Where it's like... you cannot possibly justify this price. I mean, I do have to say children, again, I'm not blaming the child, they don't know any better, but they do pick up everything. They are actually, it sounds very strange out of context, but they are the rats, you know, of the easily transmissible diseases. I mean, I don't know if this is true, right? But I also heard that they... no. I mean, I'm just, you know, I feel bad for them, but at the same time, it's like, I really wish you didn't directly cough into my face. Oh yeah, I also heard that the like third-party devs and whatnot might also charge a different price because you know Nintendo does get a little bit of the share. So I heard that those games are going to be even more expensive. I don't know if it's worth, you know? The games do look good. I'm not saying that they don't, but it's like this is too much, you know? Like we are going overboard. We don't have to go this far. And I know it's like, you know, inflation and whatnot, but it's like, I don't know. I feel icky when I see a price like that for a handheld console. But maybe that's just me. Also, I'm a little, like, I expected to be better than the Switch one. But I really do wonder if the price, or not the price, the performance will actually be that good. Especially for some of the games that they've announced. Like, I think Elden Ring will be on the Switch too. Big games like that, I don't know. Yeah, $100 for a game. I don't... Because like the Switch itself, the Switch 2 is like, what? $400 bucks? If you buy 4 of those big games, that's the value of the console you bought, you know? Like, that feels weird to me. Yeah, that's what I think too. I know they said that they improved it a lot, but I don't know if it really will run as well as they claim. It might be really bad. But I'm a little... I don't know, maybe I have trust issues. Okay. Well, it's like, because they say, I think it's like, what, 120 FPS and 60 on the handheld. And like, I personally don't care if it's 60 or 120, but I also do not believe that it will be 100 or even 60 on it. I think Cyberpunk 2, I don't believe for even a second that's gonna run well. Like, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I don't believe. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that game is gonna run well enough where they could just do that. I think that one's gonna probably run shit. But you know, what do I know? Yeah, I mean, of course, like the smaller games, you know, I'm sure they can run 120. But the really big ones that are also gonna be on there, I doubt it. I really don't believe it. I want to, but it's not gonna happen. I don't believe it. Who needs 120 FPS on Tetris? I also think the like really, really good performance is exclusive to the non-handheld version, I guess. Which kind of, for me, is the purpose. Because if I have to plug it into a TV and all that to get the actually good performance, I'm just gonna not buy this. You know? Because what's the point? I would rather just invest in a PC instead. But, you know. I don't care that much either. I do care if it's like less than 60, because you can actually see that, I think. I don't even have a monitor that can do more than 60, so like I couldn't even see if it was 120. I'm not sure how noticeable that is. But I do agree with Sentinel. Like, you can tell at a certain lower point. And I do find that off-putting. I feel like some locations for Breath of the Wild were a little laggy. Thank you for the follow. That's very kind. But like, with games like Cyberpunk or Elden Ring, it's like, I don't know. I would not. Ah, yeah, they're re-releasing everything, which I guess I don't know how I feel about that either. I guess it's good if the game had performance issues, Switch 1, but I also was kind of hoping that they would have the games from the first Switch compatible with the second Switch. And I know it's some of them are, but ugh. Apparently there are quite a few that aren't, and I do not enjoy. But you know. I like Nintendo games. I do not enjoy Nintendo as a company because they kind of suck. For many reasons. I'm just skeptical. If it really does turn out to be really good and work super well, like, that's great. But will it actually? I don't know. That is true. I really... GameCube was like the console for me when I was young, even though that's not the one I started on. But it was the one that I played the most. So I'm glad they are bringing those older games back. But again, the price tag. The price tag is crazy. I still remember the, like, do you remember that the Mario anniversary, I think the 35th? And the 3 ports cost like $78, and it's like, what? Crazy. How are you allowed to do this? Thank you, Evie. Thank you for the bits. I do think some of the games are compatible from the first Switch to the second one, but I don't know about the second one to the first one. I imagine all the big games would never be able to because they would just run like a PowerPoint show, you know? Which, personally, I do not vibe with having to watch a PowerPoint slide when I'm playing a game. I don't know. See? I was also a total GameCube kid though. I don't know, maybe it's just, you know, my personal bias. But that era was like, they had all of the good games, you know? It was amazing at the time. I don't know why they're so hesitant to like re-release a lot of the older games. Because I do feel like they'd make quite a lot of bank. But what do I know, you know? I don't know anything. I remember one of my controllers, you know how the joystick had like this rubber around it? It was completely gone because I used it that much. Oh, that is good actually. That is very good to hear. I'm very glad. I thought it would be less than that, honestly, but what do I know, you know? I do genuinely wonder how well this is going to perform though. I think I might buy it if it actually turns out to be good. But I will definitely wait. Because there are a few games that I would love to play. Old and new. But I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I want to, but I don't. I wonder if this is actually a price that's not just driven by greed, you know? Oh, like the graphics were so scaled down that it looked like an older game. I mean, I guess there is gonna be like a performance mode, right? Where is the like a performance mode and also one that's I don't know what the other one's called. It looks prettier. I don't know. I will hold my horses, I think, until we'll actually get it and are like, this is really great. You can run most games really well. Or they're like, well, actually, this is absolute shit. And here's why. Thank you for the headpads, Feather. I do feel like I have to like try very hard to justify the price tag to myself, which is not a good sign. But again, I have seen the light and I'm now 99% of the time on PC. I'm very... Oh. Okay. I do feel like nowadays, unless you are like, you know, you want to play some of the games that are like exclusive, you would usually play on the PC. But again, I think my last console was actually the Switch. So I might not be the right target audience for consoles. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking. I saw a lot of people talk about this too, where it's like, just get a Steam Deck. I don't know how much they cost, so I think they're not too cheap. But I was thinking about that too, because it's like, if I can play pretty much any game that's in my Steam library, but on a handheld, even though I know that there will be ones that will not run, but as well, of course, because they're not like made to be played on handheld. $400 to $700. Have I been gaslit? Because I feel like for that, it's a better price than Switch. I don't know if the Switch has a better hardware though. Oh yeah, there's like some of like 2 terabytes of space or something, right? Like the really big ones. I don't know if I would ever get this. Cause like, do you need that much? I don't know. I guess if you want to have like a lot of games on there, but I usually only download games and have them like on my PC when I actively play them. That is true. I guess you should say that about everything now. When it comes to like consoles and stuff, is it actually worth having having that when it costs such a large amount of money? A lot of it does cost like a ridiculous amount. For me, at the very least. That's because I personally do not vibe with consoles anymore. Maybe. I do like having handheld stuff. It's just convenient if you like want a game and not have to like sit down at your desk. But for that price, also like I know there are a lot of games released on consoles and whatnot, but there are not that many that I would buy, you know? So it's like, is that really worth it for me? Because I don't care about most of the games that are available. I don't know. I'm just thinking. I do find it, like, kind of funny that Bloodborne is still not released on PC, but they're making another game that I think looks a lot like it that will release on the Switch. I'm sure they don't mean it that way, but it does look a little bit like a big fuck you to the people that are waiting for Bloodborne stuff. It would be really funny. I mean, I would find it funny. I know a lot of people would. But it would be funny if they actually released Bloodborne on the Switch too before they released it on the PC. That's crazy, you know? I do wonder why it isn't released on there yet. Like, I personally don't have much stake in this, so I find it amusing. But I know a lot of people would be very upset. Which is understandable. I just personally find Of course, I do hope that everyone that wants it will get it. Because I did hear it's a good game. And a lot of people really love Bloodborne. I feel like they've released all of the games now, except for that one, right? I really... Oh. Maybe there's some element of this missing that I don't understand. Because, you know, I've never made a game before, what do I know, but... I do find it interesting that that one, that is so beloved, still isn't on PC. Because I feel like they would make a good amount of money with it, you know? Yeah, but wouldn't they make even more money if they made it available? I guess if they really wanted people to buy a console for this. But like, how likely is that to happen? I feel like the majority of people would not buy a console for one singular game, you know? Or maybe that's just me. Did you actually? I mean, I guess if the game takes like 5 bajillion years to release, I can see why people would be tempted. But usually, from what I've learned, they will, like, usually, again, Bloodborne being one of the exceptions, I guess, usually they release these games anyways on other platforms, like 2 years afterwards. But I do genuinely believe that it would probably be better for them if they didn't do the whole exclusivity stuff. Because, like, the people who do have the console will buy the game if they like it, right? But the hype for the game will definitely have died down in most cases by the time it gets released elsewhere. And I feel like there would be less people overall buying the game than if you had released it everywhere at once. Oops, where the fuck am I going? But maybe that's just me, you know? Because I remember when they released Final Fantasy 16 on the PC, did not generate nearly as much hype as when it first came out, you know? Oh yeah, I saw that. It's finally not a meme anymore. I can't believe Silksong is actually coming out. I don't know if I'll buy it, but it's actually in development. That's crazy, you know? I wonder what it feels like to wait for a game like this for years and there's just no new. Aw. But you got it now. You know, it's not in vain. Worked out in the end, I would say. I'm like kind of glad that I'm not desperately waiting on a game. I usually don't care. About most games, because they're just kind of there, you know? Hmm. Oh, is Hades 2 also coming to the Switch too? I bet that one would run well though. Oh, you know what? You're so right, Sentinel. Actually, I am also still waiting for the Elder Scrolls 6. Like, and this one, it's not like at the forefront of my brain anymore. But I want it to be released somewhat in the future. I do know that Hades 2 is already on Steam, which is nice. God, I really want to release the Elder Scrolls. I would really like that. Actually, I feel like I read somewhere that it's gonna release within like 2 years or so, actually. I don't know if that's true though, because we haven't really seen anything about it. And I don't know. There was like the initial trailer many years ago. And that was it, I think. It is in early access right now, right? Well, I feel like Hades, like the original at the very least, is not a game where I would complain about the early access, because it's not... It does work plenty, you know? I guess? I don't know how to explain this. There are a lot of early access games where the early access is just the bare scraps. But I think Hades 2 actually runs well. And has plenty of content in early access. I'm just curious. I feel like I did read this. At earliest, The Elder Scrolls 6 is supposed to release in 2026. Oh. No, never mind. 2028. What? Okay. Yeah. Another 3 years. Oh. I feel like it wouldn't feel as bad if we got any sort of news, you know? Like, I don't know, a roadmap or something, but because there's nothing, it's just like, what am I waiting for, you know? I don't know. That is also true. I want to trust, but Starfield I heard was really bad. I'm not sure if I can trust it. Mind you, I didn't play it myself. But I did not hear the best best news about it, I guess. Well, it's like I don't know what I would define as their best, you know? Because I feel like they don't have a good, like, I feel like the only game that was really good was Skyrim. Everything after that was like Fallout 76 and Starfield and stuff, and it's like, I don't know. Was Fallout before or after Skyrim? I think that one is still good as well. But like the modern ones, I don't know. Ah, okay. That's good to know at least. Hmm. I mean, I don't particularly have high standards for like their games, so I'm sure it's good. Like even Skyrim wasn't. It still holds up, of course, but it has a lot of problems that everyone is aware of. But I feel like it also makes it kind of part of the experience, you know? Because it's definitely bad in a lot of ways, but it's usually funny. You know? What was Game of the Year that year? I usually don't keep up with that stuff, I will admit. Oops. And I don't are the people who worked on Starfield like the same people who will be working on the Elder Scrolls 6? I don't know. Because it's, you know, like same company, different team, that kind of stuff. Maybe that'll make a difference, but maybe I'm also just huffing massive copium. I don't know. Oh, The Witcher 3 is really good though. That is genuinely a really, really good game. I really, really liked it when I played it. I am a little depressed. Because I really thought that Elder Scrolls 6 was gonna come out next year. Earliest 2028. Like, oh. Because that could mean anything at this point. Yeah, earliest. Earliest could mean 2028. Could also mean 2038. Oh, I hate it. Oh. Oh, Bloodborne also came out that year? I did not know this. And I don't pay attention to these things usually. These are good games, to be fair. Like, all of them are pretty solid. I don't know what they did to their games nowadays. I do feel like they did have those problems before. Oh. Oh, ads, how are you? But it's less like it's more jarring, I guess, with newer games that are not supposed to be having these kinds of issues, but maybe that's just me. Because again, the bugs are fine for the most part, but I also do feel like we've been conditioned to accept this as normal. I want to see, actually. News, I don't know. Cause like, I feel like there hasn't been anything since the initial trailer. And that is a little worrying. I do feel like if they actually showed us arts of development regularly, maybe, like, you know, gamers are not like the most reliable when it comes to like what would actually be good for a game, but I do feel like if there was like an uproar or something of a lot of people being like, yo, what the fuck, if they showed us like a demo or a beta or something, but they don't show anything, which is, I don't know, maybe I'm just paranoid, but it worries me that there is no news. No news is actually not good news. 2025 is like a year of revelation? What do you mean by that? I feel like that is the only game that I am looking forward to, so to speak. Like, really looking forward to. But I'm also worried. I'm very worried about that one. There's like other games like Subnautica, the new one, where it's like, yeah, I'm excited for that. But this one is like the only quote unquote big game where I'm like, I really want this to not flop, you know? I do wonder if the Elder Scrolls 6 were to be a huge fucking flop, would that actually negatively impact their company? I mean, you got a lot of new stuff, that's good. It's like, at some point you stop holding out that something's new is gonna happen, and then you actually get something, and it's like, we'll see, I guess, whenever it releases. I don't want them to like release it early either. Yeah, I would imagine if this flops, that would be very bad for the company. I want them to succeed. I really do. I don't know if I would unironically... I don't know how to phrase this. If I would feel like they captured the magic, I guess, of the previous Elder Scrolls games. Oh, they also said that they're remaking Oblivion, right? I remember this. Which I'm actually kind of excited about. I know that game is a little memed upon because it's, you know, it was good at the time. Nowadays, not so much. Yeah, that is usually not a particularly good sign if they like fire a bunch of people. Usually, that is a bad sign. Especially if it's like a series that has already existed for a long time. And like all of the people who originally worked on it, I guess, were dismissed or left. And it's like, oh. Uh-oh. There will be a lot of changes coming to this that a lot of people will not like. It's like when a bunch of the devs from the Dragon Age franchise left, I did feel a medium amount of despair. And, well, Vanguard is a big flop, isn't it? So, you know. It's not the most ideal situation. I did read that they're going to use I think the old engine, but like overhauling it. Whatever that means, you know? That's good. I'm glad that you still get to enjoy it without like massive quality of life changes. Well, I mean, I genuinely don't know. Because this is the same engine that produces a few bugs, you could say. I feel like they should try to iron that out. Again, it's funny. But it's not supposed to be like that. Ideally, you wouldn't have these kinds of bugs. I mean, I don't either, because a lot of them are really funny, and a lot of them, like, I feel like I've been actually conditioned because it's like, as long as it doesn't completely break my game, I don't care. But I feel like this shouldn't be something we just accept. I feel like we've been actually gaslit to just find this acceptable, even though it's not supposed to be. Well, They do. It's like, the modders are the saving grace of the Elder Scrolls series. I genuinely don't think that it would have been as successful if modders hadn't, like, if they hadn't allowed mod support is what I'm trying to say, I guess. If it was just the game and the DLCs, I don't think it would have done as well. Because even now, years and years and years later, there's still plenty of mods for their older games. Some of which are so, like, expansive, they feel like entirely new games, you know? This is another thing where it's like, I don't understand why there's some companies that are just so against having mods. Because it does clearly work, you know? It's not like there is, like, no proof that this is actually something that helps the games. There's plenty of proof that it does. I guess you don't have to, like, give people a modding engine or something, you know? Like a toolkit. But the stuff that Nintendo does, for example, where their lawyers just kick down your door as soon as you do anything, it's like, well, why? I feel like you would make more money if you did let people mod stuff. Because that does keep the game running for longer than it would otherwise. Well, what do I know, you know? I don't know a damn thing. Yeah, I think they would. I know Nintendo doesn't care. But I feel like they would actually only get positives out of this. I'm really not... I don't know. I don't understand. Yeah, that's good though, right? Of course, the best way is to, like, actively encourage it as a developer, because then people will more likely mod your game if you actually give them resources for it. But basically anything that's not, like, genuinely fucking with them is good. At least I think so. Yeah, but there's still so much, like, art, for example, that's just porn of their characters. Like, you can't stop it. This is just normal. No matter what you do. Well, if they, like, did allow mods, but only safe for work ones, and, like, actually only, I guess, went against the ones that are not good for their image, I get that. But the fact that they strike down everything just makes them look like a shitty company. But that's just my opinion, you know? Because they go against any and all fan works with extreme prejudice. It is one thing to take an issue if some fucking person mods like all of your characters to be naked with, like, their giblets out. That's one thing. I get that. but it's like, I don't know, someone who made a fan soundtrack for something because they really love it, and it's like, you don't have to. Is it? I thought Nintendo was still mostly for children. I mean, I might be wrong. But I thought it was. At least I feel like most of the games are marketed towards children. I know if you grew up with the franchise, you're more likely to play it, you know? But I don't know. Yeah, I do wonder. Like, with these new prices, I don't know. Because it's one thing if your kid is like, I want to buy, I want to play this game, and it's like $40. It's another thing entirely when it's almost 100, you know? Like, that's a little too much. I think so. Because if it's like 400 for the console, and then another 100 for one game, I don't think they're gonna like be all that tempted to buy that, you know? I sure wouldn't. I would be like, what the fuck? And then I wouldn't buy it. Mayhaps that is just my opinion. Oh, that's the thing though, isn't it? It's not even like everything together. It's the base game is like $80, and then you have a DLC that's at least $40. And it's like, what? You expect people to buy this? I don't. Maybe I'm just too poor, I don't know, but this does not feel right to me. I genuinely wonder if this like extreme pricing will affect their sales. I mean, I did hear, mind you, I've only ever played one Pokemon game. But I did hear that a lot of the adults playing it, the newer games, were very displeased because they're like a buggy mess that isn't really polished and stuff. And I've seen a lot of people say that with how you know wealthy Nintendo is, they could like the games shouldn't be like this. They shouldn't be of super quality. But they are. So I mean, the only one that I ever played was Pokemon Y, which I thought was a pretty fun game. But I think it was Sword and Shield, maybe? Or Sun and Moon? One of these. Where when it initially came out, it was so buggy, people were outraged. Because, like, you could do everything to break the game. Was it the Switch game? I think so. You don't think there will be any DLC? Oh, I mean, I think nowadays it's very common to have DLCs. Like several ones throughout the years and call it like a season pass or something. I didn't think it was one of the Switch games that was like really not that great. I don't know if it had performance issues, but I know that there were a ton of game-breaking bugs. Where you could like skip entire sections and stuff because you could glitch through the terrain and like exploit a bunch of shit. And as funny as that is, again, funny, but it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't have to pay. Actually, I'm curious now. What was it? Pokemon? I don't remember the name of it. I just remember the Pokemon, like the signature one, being kind of weird. Oh, was it? Oh, it was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I think that was the really buggy one. Right? Yeah, it was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. How much was it? It cost $60, which is a lot for a game that was very, very buggy when it came out. Like, if the game is like one dev doing everything, you know, I feel like I'd be more okay with the bugs, but an entire team with a good budget and the price of the game being like this, surely we can do better, you know? Or maybe I'm asking too much. I don't know. Well, I don't know about Unfinished, but definitely released too early, I guess. I would say. Because again, the bugs were absolutely atrocious when it first came out. And that shouldn't really be a thing, I feel. But maybe that's just me. Did they not? How much time was there between games? I don't actually know. All I know is that people were mad when this first came out. Mind you, I have never played the game. But I've seen some of the bugs. And they were funny. But also... I don't know, I just expect a little more from a company like Nintendo, you know? But maybe that's like a me problem. Maybe I shouldn't expect more. I just figured it would be better. Because if you're like in charge of a game for a company this large, surely having like releasing games that are not ideal, I suppose, would be damaging for the company's reputation. But I guess everything's fine for them, so. I do genuinely wonder if that's because, like, the people who will buy their kids these Pokemon games will buy them regardless of how bad they are. Because kids don't give a fuck about this stuff. The people who do care about the quality of games are adults. So. Because Nintendo has always been, I guess, known. Yeah, exactly. Kids don't care. Which is why these things will probably keep continuing the way they are. Because the target audience does not care in the slightest about any of this. I do genuinely wonder. Like, obviously it's the adults buying the games, but are the adults buying the games for themselves or for their kids? Because the kids don't care. I don't know. Like, even if... Oh, even if you can get away with that, though, I feel like you shouldn't. Because it's one thing to release a game in a state because you don't have a choice, and it's another thing entirely to release it because you know people are gonna buy it anyways. You know, like, having a certain standard for yourself and the game that you make. But I guess the people who are in charge don't care about that. They just want their money. But like I said, Nintendo is the kid-friendly company that just is supposed to be for those kids. Yeah, that's the thing though, they don't. I wish they did, but they don't, because they can release absolute slop and people will still buy their stuff. Which I do not like, that they can do that. But I know that they can. It pisses me off. I don't know. Maybe I don't have the mind for this. But if it doesn't super negatively affect your finances, why wouldn't you release an actually good game? You know? Something that you could actually be proud of instead of being like, ah, I scammed all these kids. Most players were adults, really? It's interesting. I guess there will always be people who will buy Pokemon games even if they're bad because it's Pokemon. Yeah, I am very disappointed about Veilguard. I did buy it because I love the Dragon Age series. But it is very, like, noticeably lacking in comparison to the previous game. That makes me sad. Because I like Dragon Age. I want them to make good games. Yeah, Origins is still my favorite Dragon Age game. Which I feel like a lot of people feel that way. I do like the others as well, though. I haven't, like, finished Veilguard. I'm going to. But I definitely... I'm not, like, rushing. I'm not, like, super excited to finish it, you know? I'm not, like, sweating the game super hard. Because it's just kind of... meh. Veilguard. I do have it. I've not finished it. I do like some of the concepts that they've implemented, but there's also just a lot lacking. And I really, really dislike the direction that they've gone with, like, the party combat. I feel like every single entry is further removed from what it was like, and I don't like... Maybe I'm just old. That is entirely a possibility. Maybe I'm just old. You know? I'm old, I don't like change, but, like, I do sincerely wish that they would stop with the changes that they're making. Yeah, I did hear the rating is kind of meh. Also, something that I didn't know because I usually don't do it, you can't do, like, an evil playthrough. So it definitely oftentimes feels like your choices don't actually matter, which is very bad. Because I feel like that was very important in the previous Dragon Age games, where it's like, depending on what choices you make, that actually has quite a big impact on how the story goes. I do like the actual combat itself, I suppose, like movement-wise. But I do genuinely dislike that you can only play your own character. I don't really, I mean, maybe this is like my personal pet peeve, but the, like, skill trees, they've removed so much stuff throughout the years. I miss old Dragon Age mages, you know? I don't think there is, that's the thing. The whole, like, pausing and the strategic view I don't think is a thing anymore, which makes me sad. Even though in Inquisition, I didn't really use that because it wasn't really useful in that game. I did it a lot in the other ones because that's, no, I feel like that was the most efficient way of playing the games. Especially the first one, of course. When was the last Infamous game released? Ooh. Oh. Well, that's a bit. Hey, maybe you'll receive some sort of miracle and they will randomly announce that they'll make another game, but you know, I wouldn't hold my breath, I guess. Perhaps I am just getting old. Not entirely possible. But I do feel like they've butchered a lot of franchises because they try to homogenize them a lot because quote unquote that is what gamers want these days. But there's a lot of games that are in a specific genre and you shouldn't deviate them from that genre for the sake of modern like times. Okay to get old. Oh, they made Ghost of Tsushima? I mean, that game is good, from what I heard. I don't know. I mean, was Infamous, like, very popular? Because I do know that Ghost of Tsushima was very, very liked by people. So it makes sense to me that they would make a sequel. Even though there is, of course, the piss babies that are absolutely angry about it because of course. God, that conversation nowadays is so tiring. Like, actually. But they're always gonna complain, those people. It is kind of like a Souls-like, isn't it? At least I thought it was from what I saw. It had very good combat, I would say. I don't like, this isn't my kind of game. But I did see that a lot of people really liked it. Because it actually felt very, I don't know, fleshed out, like an actually complete game. Which is super depressing to say. You know? Wow, the game's actually playable. It should not be the standard, but it is. You know? I may have to change. That's what. I'm kind of sad because I really don't think they're gonna make another Dragon Age game after this one flopped as hard as it did. At the very least, they could, I don't know, give us a remake of the original. But keep it the same. That's something I really don't like about a lot of remakes. Where they just change core aspects of the game to the point where it feels like a completely different one. I mean, have they made... What was the last game that they made that was good, you know? Because I feel like they wouldn't be after all of this. I don't remember who their parent company is actually. Huh. BioWare. Oh. Of course. Of course. It's EA. Who else would it be? You know? I don't know if you can tell, but I don't like EA. Which I feel like is not a controversial opinion. They are definitely one of the game companies of all time. Oh yeah, didn't it? The Mass Effect Andromeda also was very poorly received, wasn't it? I don't remember why though. Oh, wait, I feel like I remember this. Oh. Okay. What happened to that? Why did it That looked awful, by the way. Actual Nightmare Fuel. Salt. Oh, that's not how you spell it. Oh, the Star Wars games. But all of these feel like older releases, right? (2011) Jesus Christ. Sorry. My hairs are graying as I speak. Again, I could just be cynical, but I feel like a lot of studios haven't released a good game in a while. That one didn't run very long, did it? Again, maybe it's because, you know, now that I'm an adult, I am indeed I guess aware of all the problems that the video games have that come out. Because as a kid, I didn't care. So maybe that's why I feel like games nowadays are not good. But also, I've replayed quite a few games from my childhood, and I still really like them. And that could be, you know, that could be bias. But I feel like a lot of them were very good, you know? Yeah, I did as well. I did not give a fuck, as long as it was fun. I guess I still feel that way. As long as it's fun, I don't really care. But I feel like I'm enjoying a lot of the new games on this. I don't want them to kill BioWare because I'm delusional and I'm holding out hope. I don't know. Maybe it is time to pull the plug, you know? I guess essentially what it should be, and I know this is not going to happen, like the people who are driving these decisions should actually feel the consequences. But I know they won't, you know? The people who are in charge don't give a at all. Well, did the people who did the older BioWare games leave the industry in general, or are they in other places now? Because if they are in other places... Well, I mean, you still won't get a new Dragon Age game, because, you know, IP rights and all that. But they could make a different game that's kind of like that. Perhaps. I don't know how strict the copyright is for this genre, I guess. That is true. I love Baldur's Gate 3. It is one of my favorite games now. Like, of all time. Which feels weird to say, but it's true. And I've never, like, actually played D&D or anything like that. But it is such a good game. It genuinely feels like those games where one playthrough will take you like 100 hours because there's so much content in the game, and yet you could do a new playthrough and you would still discover a bunch of new things depending on what choices you make. Like, that's great. Why are we suddenly throwing shade at the French? I mean, I like watching D&D, like people playing D&D, but I didn't think I would actually like playing it myself. But it's such a good game. Ubisoft? Ah, well. I don't know if this is mean to say, but I am kind of glad that a lot of the bigger companies are actually kind of feeling the consequences of their constant flops. I haven't. I have never played an Assassin's Creed game. I don't know if it's like what the problems are for this one. Is the gameplay bad? The only thing I ever heard about it was people being mad that there was like a black man in there, I think. Which, I don't know why people get so mad over these things. But if it's like actually bad, that is of course valid. I just don't think it matters that much. Like, I find it very strange that people arbitrarily draw the line on what is historically accurate and what isn't. Because if you want realism, this is not the right video game for you anyways. There's like 99% of the things that you can do in video games you would not be able to do. So why are we drawing the line? There's not a black guy existing in the video game. I don't know. I just find that silly. So that's wanted. I also did see though that there's that companies are actually starting to feel negative effects because they do the whole exclusivity thing, and it's just not really working for them anymore, which I'm very glad that it isn't. Maybe I'm just a hater. I don't know. But like, for most people, exclusivity is not a good thing. Because like I said, the hype dies down a lot if you have to wait years for a game to release on your platform of choice. Because I feel like a lot of people oftentimes will probably jump the gun to play a game that just released. But if you can't, because it's only available on a certain console, it's not gonna work. Oh, so it's not like... I guess they are rehashing stuff. Doesn't surprise me. There seems to be a trend nowadays of companies just re-releasing old stuff instead of making new things. Like, I know it's more work to make something completely new and innovative and all that stuff. I don't know. I guess the people who are in charge of the money don't care as long as they get their money. I wish they did though. I wish there were more studios that genuinely are just passionate about games and aren't in it for the money, you know? Of course you do need money. Oh, thank you. I actually don't even like how these ones look in comparison to the other ones. Where are the other ones? I think these ones look better. But you won't see these ones as much, so it doesn't really matter. Do have to get rid of the entire right side of this, though. Let's do that. You know, actually... Oh, oops, wait, where is it? Maybe it doesn't need to be symmetrical, you know? I think this is partially why I don't pay much attention to like new games. Because there's only so many times where you're excited for something and then it just disappoints you. I do want these to be. I don't know how to. Cause I remember when they first announced Paper Mario Sticker Star, I was so excited because I love Paper Mario. Especially the second one. It's my favorite game of all time. And then, you know, of course I bought it because I genuinely thought this was gonna be a great game. I never even finished it because it's so genuinely bad. I was very disappointed. It's just not good. I think I have pre-ordered games, like I pre-ordered Monhan, the new one. But I usually don't anymore because I just don't trust it. I think Monon is good, but I don't have any sticks in that because this is like my first one, but I like it. It's fun. Yeah, that is true. There's been quite a few games that I was kind of excited for, or not excited for, but like I was going to buy them. And then the reviews came out and everyone fucking hated it, and it's like, oh. Well, I'm glad I didn't buy that. It is a bit disappointing, I will say. You'd think I would have learned my lesson after that disappointment. But, you know. Sometimes you get really excited. Because, like, even if you were to see Sticker Star as a standalone game, it's still not a good game. But if you see it as a continuation of the series, it's even worse. And there's a lot of games like that, where if they were like on their own, it'd be alright. But because there is this like expectation because of the previous entries, a lot of them just end up feeling worse than they are. Like Dragon Age, for example. Even though I think Veilguard would probably also not be good on its own. But the fact that it is a Dragon Age game, and people have expectations for that, does make it worse as a game. Because, you know, you're comparing it to what was there before, and if it doesn't perform at least somewhat similarly, it's gonna look bad. The sequels are supposed to be an improvement. Yeah, I think so as well. I think this is definitely one of those games where, because of the IP, people had expectations. Oh. But they were not met at all. I will say, I was like, because I did hear about all of the lead developers leaving. And that did worry me, because it's like, oh no. All of the people who were originally in charge of making these games good are not here anymore. And that is a little worrying. Because it's one thing to recreate something based on what you know you did before. It's another thing entirely to be like, oh, I know better than the people who originally made this. Which I think is the problem that Veilguard had. Quite a lot, actually. But you know. I don't want to say it, but I do believe that this is... there's not gonna be another Dragon Age. It makes me sad, because I fucking love Dragon Age, but... well... what are you gonna do? As a law. I don't know why this doesn't... no. The ads have struck again, I'm sorry. I don't know. I do feel like they responded very... the way they responded to the criticism did kind of feel like they thought they knew better than everyone else. Is a bit worrying to me. Because, you know, I'm not a game developer. I'm not going to pretend like I am one. I don't know anything about making a game. But I did play all of the previous entries of this series, and I can pretty confidently say that Veilguard is not good in comparison to the other ones. I feel like that's not a crazy thing to say. But with a game like this, or a series like this, I wonder how easy it is to draw new fans. Because I would not consider Dragon Age games to be... like... popular in the sense that they are not for like the grand majority of people, I would say. Maybe that's maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But this is not a franchise I would consider to be mainstream. So I don't think it's easy to get a completely new audience for something this niche. But what do I know, you know, maybe there are new people who really like it. But I do genuinely feel like this is too niche for that to be something you would consider, or you should consider rather. Maybe I'm just a tinfoil hat, you know? Maybe I am making up shit to justify this, but I don't know. This just feels like one of those games where it's like... well... I guess there was a lot of controversy surrounding the game. But I don't know if it was before or after release. Because I feel like there's a lot of games that would not fall under people's radar unless they already know of the series, you know? Maybe that's just me though. Like I know it gets what's it called? Oh. Not game shows, like the events where they release new games or show that they're releasing new games. I don't even know how niche. I mean, I feel like Dragon Age is pretty niche, but I don't know how niche it is, you know? It might not be niche at all. I actually, well, I mean it is niche, but like I don't know how niche it is, you know? Because like, you know, these games do show up when new games get announced. But I would definitely say most people don't care. Unless, of course, it looks... Because I don't know how appealing... how appealing this kind of game is to your regular person. Of course I like it, but that's because I already like the series. I don't think this is something that would be very popular with the mainstream though. At least that's what I think. I could be 100% wrong. Ow. Yeah, but how many other people can say that, you know? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of companies don't care about quality anymore. Because, you know, it's like, why invest in quality when you can make a game fit and people will buy it anyways? Again, you shouldn't do that. But that is how a lot of them think. I didn't even like grow up with Dragon Age. I just saw it on Steam and thought it looked cool, and I tried it and I fucking loved it. I guess those kinds of games do work. But it is, I feel like it's only a matter of time before that genre becomes so oversaturated that it doesn't like work anymore, you know? Because Repo is just a Lethal Company clone. But people make these kinds of games to play with their friends and whatnot, so I understand why it works. It's just that because people realize that this works, there's gonna be more and more games that are exactly like this. So your likelihood of getting noticed is like really low. but the intercourse in Dragon Age 1 is so tame. Especially in comparison to, like, I don't know, Dragon Age, not Dragon Age, Baldur's Gate. I was very, shocked at that, I must say. How much people in general care about the stuff. Like, it's nice. I like the romance aspect of these games. I always did. But I don't know if I'm, like, in the minority or not, you know? If other people... just ignore this entirely. It's the same way, like, for example, I feel like Astarion is perceived as the most popular character in Baldur's Gate 3, but the one that was romanced the most was actually Shadowheart. Because, like, the core audience is still, like, you know, straight dudes that play these kinds of games. And they would not go for a star, usually. Yeah, exactly. He is, of course, I feel like he did get a lot more time and development than a lot of the other characters. And I love him, he's a great character. But I am aware that he's not the one that the core audience cares about, I guess. I do feel like people were very... I guess they still are in some places. But the whole purity culture thing, where people used to be so up in arms about anything sexual. And it's like, it's just not that big of a deal, you know? I don't think it ever was, but people were much more, like, clutching their pearls, you know? Maybe that's just my experience. Veronica is a great character. She's just so sweet. Yeah, but they never were though, were they? I feel like there's always been games that were 18 plus. It's just, I guess maybe the mainstream media didn't really know about that, perhaps. And so when these kinds of games became more mainstream, it was like, oh, how could they do this? Because games like, I don't know, Duke Nukem or Wolfenstein or something. Yeah, exactly. The people, the older generation didn't know any of this, so it's like, to them, they were like, oh, how dare! They're corrupting the youth and all that stuff, but in reality, it's always been like this. Oh god. I can't wait to draw more flowers. Okay. Large. At least these ones. I wonder if old people still feel that way about video games these days. No, I will. This is like I make models to practice making the model art and also the rigging, but I will either sell this later or I will do a giveaway. It really depends on how well how well the previous giveaway will do. But I like making models. It's very fun because it's like I get to create a character and I love character design. And I get to practice rigging. Thank you. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of other people who are way better than me. But thank you. You should have seen my first one though. I will say, I will admit, I've come a long way since since my first one. It was very ugly. Yeah, I originally was just interested in like Live 2D rigging itself, because you know I've played a lot of games where there is Live 2D animations for characters and stuff, and I always thought that was really cool. And I was aware of VTubers, at least the big corporate ones, and I thought I would try and make my own one. And I did. It doesn't look good. At least in comparison to the one I use now. Which is my 2.0, I guess. But I ended up really liking this, so I just do it now. But I am trying to get better. I don't think I'm that good. At least when it comes to rigging. But I'm also, you know, comparing myself to people in the industry that are professionals, and I would never call myself a professional. I'm just me. I make stuff. Hopefully one day other people will want my stuff. That would be nice. But I'm just a little nobody, you know? Genuinely, I'm doing this because I think it's fun. I hope so. I hope that one day people will actually come to me because they want what I do. It's not like I'm not offering it. I do have commissions open. I'm obviously not charging a lot for them because there's no way. But you know, I'm just a little guy. And there's a lot of people out there who offer the same things that I do. Still, I really think this stuff is fun. Even though sometimes the programs frustrate me to no end. Thank you. I do think it's fun. I understand there's a lot of people who show their faces online. But I personally don't want to do this, so this is, I think, a pretty good alternative to just having nothing, you know? I feel like a lot of people would not be interested in someone who doesn't have a camera or anything. Yeah, I mean, you can choose to be a VTuber for many reasons. I just don't want to show my face online. I don't want to like get all depressing and whatnot, but it is. I don't think I have thick enough skin to be a woman showing my face online. Because people are really weird, and I don't really want to do that. So, this is a good alternative, I would say. vibing, making my stuff. Of course, I do get weird people sometimes, but I usually don't. Usually, people are nice to me, which I'm very glad that I don't have a bunch of weird people in my chat all the time. The internet is a weird place. Because of how anonymous it is, anyone can just say anything, and usually there are no consequences, right? So there's a bunch of people who feel very much like they can say whatever they want to you, even though they would of course never say that to your face ever because they're cowards. And you know, I don't do this for a living. I do this because I like hanging out with you guys. I like learning how to rig and how to draw and all that stuff. I would not do this if I had a bunch of weird people in my chat the entire time. I wonder. Like, it did have an explosion in popularity maybe 2-3 years ago. And there is a lot of people in the VTubing market nowadays. But I feel like there will always be VTubers now, that it's not quite as taboo. I do genuinely believe it is harder to get noticed nowadays because of how many people there are. Yeah, but that's because a lot of people do go into this with the mindset of, I want to get big, you know? There are a lot of people who spend a lot of money on like models and assets and all that stuff, and then they don't get the success that they want. And so they graduate and leave because it's not worth it, I guess. But if you're just here because you want to have a good time, there's no time to get on this. You know? I think as long as I want to stream, I would do it like this. So it could be another 10 years also. Even if VTubing becomes not as popular anymore. I feel like at that point it would be normal enough where people don't bat an eye at it anymore. Yeah, I plan on being here for a while still. I've been here since 2022, I think, maybe. And I am the same way. I do this because I like socializing with people. Like, I draw anyways, you know? I do this stuff anyways, but it's nice to hang out with people and yap while I do it. I don't know, it's just fun. If I were to make it big, that would be nice. But I'm not too concerned about it. I just like hanging out with the people that come to my streams. Hey, I mean, imagine that in like 50 years or so, I'd be a VTuber granny, you know? I get called granny, but I would actually be grandmother age at that point. Because there are a few older people who do stream. Good for them. Well, that's just how it is though, isn't it? Everyone's gonna be old at some point. It's normal. I know that some VTubers are already, well, I guess it depends on what your definition of old is, you know? There are definitely VTubers who are already considered old for their target audience. Well, who knows, right? Maybe Twitch will shut down before that. I don't know. Who knows what's gonna happen in 50 years' time? Either way, I like doing this, so I think I will be here for a while. You can't get rid of me that easily. I will remain here. 3 years, I think? It's been 3-ish years. I honestly don't remember when I started. But I've been around for a little while. Usually VTubers don't last that long. Because of the aforementioned, they don't get the success that they want. And therefore they quit. But that's never really been my priority, so I don't really care. Again, I would be super grateful if I did manage to become popular and, you know, like, actually get commissions and stuff. But I am happy to just hang out with people. It usually is, from what I've seen. A lot of people do get burnt out from trying to be a VTuber because the space is so saturated, and you have to, if you really do want to become super popular, you have to churn out content constantly, right? You have to do your streams, of course, but you have to edit tons of content, like manage all of your social media shit. I'm very bad at that. And a lot of people just like lose the motivation to do that, which is understandable, you know. Yeah, I guess if you get picked up by someone big, but that's also like a slippery slope, I feel. Because if you get picked up by someone big, usually people will always associate you with that person, unless you somehow market your own brand. But that is very difficult in those situations. I don't even know. I feel like I've said this before. I would, I think, be comfortable with like an average of 50, which is of course a long shot away. But I would want to be huge. Like, the streamers that have like thousands of viewers, I don't think I would like that. I'd be, I don't know. That is true. A lot of it does come down to opportunities, and you can either take them or not. And even if you do take them, it might not work out. But that's just how it works. Yeah, I guess it also depends on who it is, you know? If you get rated by someone who is considered controversial, I don't know if you'd want to deal with that. I personally wouldn't. I know I easily slip into topics that I probably shouldn't. Like social injustices and whatnot. But I actually am not like controversial. Yeah, that's another thing. Once you reach a certain size, you can't really talk to people anymore. So I wouldn't really want to be that size, you know? I like talking to people. If I can have a conversation and actually like read chat and reply to people, that's good. Because someone like, I don't know, Isanat, for example, there's so many people watching. Like, you cannot distinguish this anymore. It's just a mess. Nope. One can dip, question mark? I need to drink again. My voice. Ah, shit. Jesus Christ. I am streaming with a short ache right now. I know I shouldn't be mad, but I am low-key mad that, that the toddler did cough directly in my face. I've read this a few times, but I've actually found that it is the opposite for me. Like, my average isn't great, right? But it has actually been quite a bit better than when I wasn't affiliate. But that is probably because the same few people hang out with me. And I'm very grateful for that, of course. But I have seen several people talk about this. I wonder why that is. I don't know. But it is like, how do I say this? It's like, the more viewers you have, the more people will see you, so the more people will watch you, and the more viewers you get, and then you get even more people coming to see you. Which is how it works with all social media. Thank you. I have a huge problem with my posture. I've seen people on Twitter talk about this. I just don't know why that is, I guess. Like, it is nice for people to get more noticed when they're trying to start. But also, affiliate is not that much. Of course, it is good to stream to like 2-3 people. But you know, the next step is partner, and partner is very different from affiliate. That's interesting. Did it actually improve her averages if once she turned it off? I wonder what that is. Also, I don't know. I didn't know you could turn that off, actually. I'm learning new things. I guess. I mean, I don't know how viable that would be, but like, turn it off until you reach partner or something. If you reach partner, of course. seen several stories of people getting affiliate relatively quickly and then struggling once they actually had affiliate for that exact reason. Partner is like, I think you need an average of 75 viewers and like following. It's just like way bigger. And also I think you can get front page as a partner, which of course means that there's a very big likelihood of a lot of people seeing you. But I would personally say it's a lot harder to get partner than affiliate, because the qualifications are a lot bigger. I'm not really sure what you can get. I mean, I guess, you know, more viewers, more subs, more money. I don't know. I should ask, because I do have a friend who is a partner, but I really don't know much about this stuff. I don't know much about Twitch in general. I'm just here. But it's, like I said, it's the self-fulfilling prophecy. The more people you have that watch you, the more people will discover you. Because if you have more viewers, your stream is more likely to be seen on like the discovery page and whatnot. And so you get more followers, more viewers, yada yada yada. Yeah. That's the word I was looking for. I didn't know what to call it. But it is a snowball effect, you are right. That's every social media though. The bigger your following, the easier it is to get new people because the more people see what you do. I need to all that. I forgot. Okay. I think that is part of the reason why so many VTubers do graduate. Or graduate, that's not how you say that. Because it is really hard to get picked up. Yeah, imagine if you are a partner, you get more of the money, right? I'd assume. Versus just affiliate. Once again, I apologize if I sound gross, but I am sick. I can't really help it right now. Oh, within the partner program, there's different splits. What splits are there? I did not know this. There's another thing if you're, you know, a partner, which just means that you're a bigger streamer, is sponsorships and stuff. A lot of the partners that I know or have seen are partnered with companies like Gamersubs and stuff. Oh, I did not know that people were complaining. I guess if you're a really big streamer, it is your income, usually, right? So I would imagine it would make sense for people to want that to go to mostly to them. God damn, my brain. Of course, Twitch wants to take it, because they obviously they also have to afford their platform and whatnot. It's interesting though. What determines the different splits? I do have to say this is unironically my first time hearing about this. I guess there's also... What's the name of it? There was like another program, but I don't remember. That is different from affiliate and from partner. But what do I know, you know? I don't know nothing. I don't even know what the split is like currently for me. I probably should know these things, but no clue. Again, I'm just existing. I also do feel like, for like me personally, this like actually, I don't know if holds me accountable is the right phrase, but between like streaming regularly and finishing school, I did not draw a lot at all. I spent months not drawing. And now that I stream regularly, I draw every week. And I feel like that is actually good for me. It is, you know, I love drawing. It is one of my favorite things to do. I just didn't really do it on my own. This is low-key a way to kick my own ass and make me actually do it. Because when I was still in school, I was drawing all the time. In class too, of course. And then afterwards I stopped. I don't know why. I'm just glad to be here. It's fun. Hello, Yellow. How are you? I'm actually almost done. That's crazy. What the fuck? Oh, they changed it? What did they change it to? I would have seen that coming. I feel like there's a lot I feel like there's a lot of instances where companies do not care if people complain, so I'm a little surprised. what is the split like now? Oh, there's like 2 more sets of flowers. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna do that. Oh my god, yeah. Why is it that every time I hear from you, something has happened? Oh, you poor thing. I am actually currently sick, so I am not doing the best, but we'll make it, you know? We'll survive. I am honestly surprised, because my immune system is really bad. I'm surprised that I can stream, but I'm happy that I can. I got sick because a toddler, like, coughed into my face when I was on the train. And, you know, again, this sounds awful out of context. But toddlers are the rats of the common infectious diseases. Or you will get anything from them. No. How many pages is that? I'm scared. Excuse me. That's weird. I feel like it's a good character trait to care about people. I know there's a lot of people who will not agree with me, but you know, I spent most of the day in bed because I had like a fever and stuff. But I'm okay right now. Oh, that's actually really good. At least it's better than 50-50, but 70-30 is actually pretty decent, I must say. I do genuinely feel, and I know I'm being a sap, but I feel like my life has actually gotten quite a lot better in the past year. Just in general. Because my health has improved so much. That I can actually do things again, and that makes me very happy. Like, I don't know, like a year ago or maybe 2 years ago, I would not have been able to stream while sick. Because I would have been too ill to do anything. I'm glad I'm making improvements. You poor thing. I mean, the world at large is currently tough. Because there's a lot of things going wrong. But I can at least say for myself that things are looking up. Which is good. Because they were looking bad for many years. I am now enjoying my break, more or less. I know I'm not as healthy as, like, normal people. Of course. But, it's being bedridden all the time. I have to say. Still, I hope it gets better for you too, Feather. That's pretty soon, I would say. I know appointments are awful because, well, actually, I feel like I don't remember what it was like before. But nowadays, you have to wait months before you get one, unless it's like super urgent, and even then sometimes. My metabolism? Actually, I don't know about my metabolism, but my immune system is pretty bad. At least it used to be. It's better now. I was the kid that was out of school all the time because I just caught everything. Ever. And it was mildly annoying, I must say. Not the most enjoyable thing to constantly be sick. What did you discover? Oh no. I feel like if you want to get an appointment with a specialist, you need to minimum wait like usually half a year. At least here. And it also depends on like, is it an appointment with a doctor that has their own clinic? Or is it like the hospital? Because I feel like a hospital, the appointments take even longer, usually. But maybe that's just me. Also, it is extra frustrating. You know, waiting months for an appointment, and then they don't do anything. I hate that. They just send you home. And they don't do anything to help you. It's like, God, guys. Please. But I hope it works out for you, Feather. I hope they can help you. I do still need to make more appointments, actually. It's just that I don't have the time to do so right now. Maybe in the summer. You press your fingers just a bit too high from the bezel towards the screen, it registers as a press. I'm sure that won't accidentally do something bad at all. Well, I guess... Are you going to the doctor because you need something to be fixed? Or are you... is it a checkup? You know? Although I do feel like that's a little too... nonchalant. I feel like you would do a... What is that called? You know, where they like attach things to you to measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and stuff like that? I don't remember what this is called in English, but I hope you know what I mean. I feel like if you had heart problems, they would at least do that, but what do I know? I'm not a doctor. I have very limited knowledge about the human body as is. True? I mean, I've been... Well, actually, I think I've always been sick. But I've been properly sick since... 2018? Like, I've had issues before, but my health really did dip in 2018. Significantly. And hasn't really gone back to normal since. Well, it's been a hot minute. want to jinx it, I guess, but I am glad that I'm getting a break, so to speak. Sounds kind of confusing to me. Why does it... The symmetry tool doesn't actually work for this, and I don't like it. I don't know how to fix it. Well... Shit, as they say. It was also, like, even worse to get anything appointment-wise during COVID. That was fucking terrible. Which, you know, makes sense, because all of the hospitals and stuff were completely understaffed and overworked. But if you needed anything, you had to wait. Even if it was something serious, you had to wait. Any particular reason for that? If you want to share, that is, of course, you don't have to. I should do my actual checkup as well. Like, I don't know what it's called. There's like a yearly health exam you can do. Yeah. I really, like I said, the capacity was not, not enough for how much hospitals were needed. So it was just, like, it was a nightmare to get anywhere. Although I did actually spend a little bit of time in the hospital during COVID, but that was awful. Like, actually, 0 out of 10 experience. Well, I mean, obviously I was there because I was sick, but like, because of how strict the policies were, no one was allowed to visit you. At all. And I was in a single room. So I spent all of my time, except for like the few minutes that the doctors come in to check on you every now and then, and the nurses, alone. And that was not very fun. I would say. It felt very strange. Because it's like, it's one thing to be in a room with other people, but because I was completely alone, there was no one for like really most of the day. It was very isolating. It is. I hate it. I was glad when I got discharged because even the frequency in which like the nurses checked on people was less, I feel. So it was just like, I've had many hospital stays in my life, but that one in particular was pretty bad. It wasn't the worst, but it felt very strange because the room I was in was like at the very end of the hall. So I didn't even hear anyone else, you know? It was really just me, myself, and I. And I usually feel like I don't have a problem with being alone. But that felt extremely isolating. I would not recommend. Wow. And just as I finish yapping, the ad breaks hit me. Ugh. How could they do this to me? How do I fix this? I had my phone with me, I guess. But I was also very ill, so I couldn't do much. Funnily enough, I was actually dating someone at but he also didn't talk to me much during, so that was a very lonely experience. Don't worry, I don't mind if people are lurking. If you're just using me as background noise, I'm still ready to have people here. Let's see. At least it wasn't a long stay. You scared me. I feel like if I had to stay there for longer, I would have actually maybe not lost my mind, but it would have genuinely negatively affected me. To be like that isolated from everyone and everything. Because you know, again, no one was allowed to visit at all, ever. So I was just completely by myself. Well, we do actually get bills here as well. They're just for the stay and nothing else. I don't know how to explain this. But because you are getting food and stuff and like the room and whatnot, you do actually have to pay a little bit. It's not like a lot, but it's a little bit. I feel like we all did learn a little bit how to be alone during COVID. But like I said, I never really minded that. Because I like my peace and quiet. It was just too quiet, you know? It's one thing to be alone, and it's another thing for it to feel like there's literally no one around you. I think that was what made it feel so isolating. You never stopped working during the whole thing? May I ask what you did? Or what you do? I think it's part of why I started streaming. Because I get to hang out with people. Even if I don't have that many people in real life that I spend time with. Other than like, you know, immediate family and whatnot. Because it is really nice to talk to people. Even though I would consider myself to be an introvert. It's nice. I can't lie. Ah. Well, I guess you wouldn't have to stop working, would you? Because it's like, you didn't have the risk of getting infected over the phone. I don't know. You know what I mean. I want to fix Yeah, how was that? I'd imagine it would have been a bit more difficult. Okay. Oh, well, I feel like, I feel like you're not, I thought that wasn't allowed. But I know there's a lot of people who don't care about what is and isn't allowed. Wouldn't it be harder to work on people's cars? I mean, I don't know anything. I'm just saying my piece. But would you, if you had to go to other people, would you not be missing equipment? From your workshop or something? I mean, I don't know, but that's just, I'm thinking, you know? No. I mean, I would be mad too. Because if you have the ability to be far away from others so you know, don't get COVID, why wouldn't they do it? I don't know. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't have the tools, or like all of them. It is kind of, well, not kind of, it is genuinely upsetting how poorly essential workers were treated. Because for someone that's considered essential, why are they still treating them like shit, you know? That doesn't make sense to me. Oh, that sucks. I feel bad for everyone who has to deal with this shit, because it's like, out of all the things you could be doing, chose to be a dickhead to your workers. Am I dumb? Don't answer that. No, it's fine. I don't mind you complaining. I'm not gonna write you out. What do you think I'm gonna do? Let's see. I wanted to do... so. Everyone had their struggles during, excuse me, during COVID. So, it is absolutely understandable to complain about it. Oh, how am I? I can kind of see it a little bit, but I am scrolling very far. Hey, that doesn't surprise me. It does upset me, of course, because people can't just, you know, not get money, because then you get other problems. But as per the people who gave the money, don't give a fuck about that stuff. But isn't focusing on yourself also love? Because it's self-love. Oh shit, this. Maybe like a dark. I'm not wrong. That's too washed out. Let's change the color slightly. There we go. How am I hip and cool for telling you that you should love yourself? I know it's easier said than done, but it is actually good for you. Why? Respect your elders. I did actually take my meds already, to be fair. I took some cold medicine because I don't want to put up with this shit. I will defeat the toddler that coughed in my face. That's really weird. It's true. No, I'm not. I'm not a granny. I'm not that cool. I wish I was a cool granny who didn't give a fuck. But I'm not. It's me. Maybe one day I'll be a cool granny, you know? But that, I don't think that's coming anytime soon. I would love to be one of those unbothered, like old people. You know, not the ones that are like disrespectful as fuck because they think they're better than everyone because they're older. But the ones that are just unapologetically themselves. I'm not a granny. What? If I'm millions of years old, what level of grandma am I? That's pretty loud. Why is it so loud? What? Excuse me? There we go. Hearing that makes me kind of... I find, I guess documentaries, again, I have an old spirit, I guess, but I really find documentaries about, like, the Arctic and the Antarctic really interesting, because the fact that life can still thrive in these kinds of conditions is just fascinating. But if you want to consider me, I don't know, a tiny microbe living in the icy waters of Alaska, I suppose you can. I'm not gonna stop you. I mean, I don't know how common it is for people to watch documentaries. I find them all very cool, personally. It's good VTuber lore that I am from the icy waters of the Antarctic or something. Maybe, I don't know. I actually don't have lore. Again, I'm just here. But I think I will try to do lore for my 3.0. because it'd be cool to have. I mean, I don't watch stuff regularly in general, you know? Like, I watch YouTube. But like TV stuff is not a thing I do anymore. I did as a kid, but not anymore. Huh. Well, I do feel like maybe that's just me, but watching TV really isn't a thing for people my age anymore. There's a lot of really real people out there, especially like old royalty. I don't think any of them were normal. Which makes sense, I guess, if you're super rich and untouchable. I don't even have TV anymore, like, in my room, because I just don't watch it. What's the point, you know? I mean, I don't know what people consider general knowledge. I probably shouldn't be asking this. Are condoms such a recent invention? Ah. Does that mean yes and no? Well, I feel like I don't know if doing that is doing a service, I suppose. Because it's like there's a lot of places in the world that are really dangerous. But the average person wouldn't go there. Really? I don't know these things. It's crazy if it's true though. What do you mean the animal one? What is that? Scared. I'm about to learn something horrible, aren't I? I can already feel it in my bones. Oops, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna look it up. Oh. No. No. I am regretting it. Also, don't ruin sausages for me. Oh, I hate this. Really? No. Oh, I mean, you know. No, I will not hear you out. I will not be hearing anyone out. I guess it makes sense, but it's like, oh, this is terrible. I don't like this anymore. Yeah, I mean, like, fair. They are useful, but also, I do not enjoy this. Ugh. I guess it is. But also, would you... This is a horrible question to ask, but would you willingly put your your in that? I don't know, I feel like a lot of people wouldn't, and I would understand that they wouldn't. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's terrible. I have learned something new, but at what cost? Oh no. Well, I didn't know they've been around for that long though, which is interesting. I did not mean to just hold on. I just... How do you... Like, who came up with that, you know? And sorry, my brain. Not so fun fact, I suppose. Very not fun fact, actually. I did not enjoy this fact at all. Excuse me. Did you know this already, or did you look that up? Because like... Ah yes, what a common situation to find yourselves in. Oh. Oh, I don't know. Oh, excuse me. Well, right, but whose thought is... I'm gonna put my meat in that, you know? I guess there's a lot of things where it's like, how the fuck did you come up with this? You know? Still, no. It's the same thing with, like, milk, for example. Like, which freak was like, you know what? I wanna try that. People scare me. Hold on. Actually, there's quite a few things, like food-wise, where it's like, now how did we come across this? Who found out you could eat this, you know? It's like, there is a bunch of things that don't even, like, I would say at least, don't look edible at all. And yet they are. And the only way for you to know this would be if you, you know, put it in your mouth. Like what? Oops. Yeah, like, mushrooms are a prime example of that. It's like, how the fuck did you figure out you could eat this? You know? How? What happened? Oh, it is that color. Okay. Also, stuff like chocolate, for example. Like, actually learning the process, how people make chocolate or how chocolate is made, it's like, what the fuck? Who thought of this, you know? Yeah, that's true. It's just, I guess if you're desperate enough, but it still feels very strange. Did it? I have no idea. All I know is that you have to ferment the seeds and then roast them really hard. Which is like such an oddly specific way of doing things. Fermentation in general. It's like, how the fuck did people find out that if you let something rot, it becomes edible? Like, what? That is true. Which makes it even more confusing to me. I guess if you're desperate enough to eat just about anything, maybe, but it's still, it's like, what the fuck, you know? Yeah, exactly. But how did people figure out fermentation? Like, who tried it, you know? Who the fuck looked at that and was like, yep, let's eat that? It's so weird. Oh. I do think, I mean, this is probably very relative, but I did hear that like bitter chocolate is better for you. Anything like that. Cheese, yogurt, especially molded cheese. Like, what the fuck? Who tried the cheesy mold? Who thought of this? I have so many questions. Makes sense. Less sugar, better for you. Like, the only thing I can think of that would explain this is really just people were that desperate for food, you know? Have I ever tried fermented fish? I don't think so. I can't imagine that would smell good, though, I must say. That sounds awful, actually. Because, like, regular fish already has a pretty strong smell, but, like, fermented? That sounds a little scary, I'm not gonna lie. Does it taste good? Or is it just one of them weird dishes, you know? I guess, I don't know how to explain this. Oh, but there's a specific fish that smells really bad. Surströmming or something like that, right? Is that fermented? I actually don't know. Ah, that one. I've never tried it, obviously. I don't have the stomach for that, but like I've seen videos of people trying it and like smelling it. And the smell being like so bad that it made them like gag and stuff. Which makes sense. Actually, yeah. Now that you mention it. How did they figure out to ferment fish without it going bad? The fuck? I feel like that would be prime real estate for getting some sort of infection, you know? Maybe I don't know. Again, the whole fact that people figured out fermentation is really weird to me. Worcester? How do you say this word? I forgot. That salt. Wait, that's fermented? Actually? I've never had it, but like, the fuck? How? I'm learning new things every day. Fermented and is it? I mean, I do know, like, I've never done it myself. But I've seen like TikToks of people fermenting their own stuff, like pickles and what. And it is actually, you have to do it in a specific way so that it doesn't like, you know, you don't get ultra mega food poisoning, you know? Can I imagine the amount of people who've just straight up died from it? Like, that's crazy. Worcestershire sauce. Okay. That one is a very strange word. Sometimes English very confusing, actually. What's pink sauce? I've never heard of this before. What? What is this mysterious pink sauce? What? Why not? What is it? Pink sauce. Oh, of course it is. Because why wouldn't it be? Oh my god. Why doesn't this surprise me? Why did it... What is it made of? I know. Oh. But why was it pink? I don't... Wait. It just had raw eggs? That's so weird. What the fuck? First of all, food poisoning speedrun. But second of all, what? Oh, it like went bad when people got... That's terrible. Who would make this? Oh my god. Phenomenal. I don't know what to say. I need to call... Oh yeah, Pepto-Bismol. I've heard of this. I mean, I could be wrong. But I find it kind of weird that all of... Don't they have a bunch of like food coloring or like colors that are used in food dyes, I guess they're called, that are like carcinogenous or whatever that's called, that cause cancer. I've never heard of this, unironically. That's very... I mean, it's awful, of course, but it's interesting to hear, nonetheless. I do find it kind of weird how there's so many influencers that think because they are famous, they can just sell whatever the fuck they want without any prior knowledge. Like... You're just some person that got famous off of, like, TikTok. You're not qualified at all? So why are you doing this? You're a little weird. Oh my god. Isn't he... I don't remember what the fucking name of their kids meal is, but didn't they a bunch of people find mold in it or something? They did, didn't they? I thought they did. Actually, I feel like Mr. Beast has had a lot of controversies recently. Like, a lot of stuff that has come out where it's like, oh, he's not, I guess the target audience is mainly kids, huh? But I do know, because he has this meal package thing with Logan Paul of all fucking people, who you obviously should, like, that alone should be enough to be like, wow, red flag, you know? for all of his very cool achievements that are definitely not awful. God, I hate that guy. But who doesn't? You know? I do feel like... Well, it is targeted at children, isn't it? So I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed. I guess so, yeah, but also, like, you should not be eating vitamin gummies like they're normal gummies anyway, so... I know it's tempting, but please don't do that. It's not very good for you, actually. This is one of those things where it's like, please keep your children away from it, because it's not gonna end well. Well, there is like water, dissolvable vitamins and fat dissolvable vitamins, right? Don't ask me which ones are which, I don't remember. But the water ones, if you have too many in your system, you can just pee them out, right? Not a problem at all. The fat ones, not so much. So if there's too many in your system, you can legit just die. Which is kind of scary to think about, I must say. Thank you! Oh my goodness! Thank you very much! I do find it a little... I mean, I guess it's... Well, no, actually, there's plenty of adults who do this as well. But it is a bit dangerous, potentially, to have all of these supplements and whatnot. Oh, that looks great. In like gummy form, because people just chuck one in after the other. It's the same with like melatonin gummies that's a thing, and it's like, why the fuck would you make this into something that people would just ingest constantly? That is so dangerous. I know people don't like taking like a tablet or whatever, but this is very, very unsafe. Please be careful, always. But I do sincerely hope that you know better than to do this. You do, right? You're not gonna chug down 5 liters of gummies that are not meant to be consumed like this. Honestly, I don't even know how well that would work. Because, you know, it is supposed to actually help you if you add oil to certain things like that. Because, you know, of what I mentioned before. But also that stuff is not very easily digestible for your body in general. I'm not sure how well that would work, actually. I don't know, the body is weird and people are even weirder. What is this? Which? Oh, that's this one. Okay. Well, there is like, there's a ton of stuff that's like totally fine in the US, but absolutely banned here. Here being the EU, of course. Yeah, of course. There's a lot of tough decisions people should be making, but I know they won't. Let's see. It is kind of, I guess it shouldn't surprise me. But it is very depressing to see just how many things are allowed for people to consume that are long-term really bad for you. They really do. There's a ton that will just absolutely destroy you and cause cancer in the long run. So you really shouldn't be having them, you know? Okay. Whoa. Not that this matters to the people in charge, of course. They don't give a fuck. They should, but they don't. It's not like, you know, we are... There's still plenty of things here as well, I think, that are really bad for you, but I don't think we're as bad as the US, which isn't saying much. I know. The bar is not very high. You know? Oh, Japan also allows a lot? I didn't know that. I figured they, of all people, would actually be very strict with it. Because, you know, I do feel like maybe this is a stereotype. I could be 100% wrong. But I feel like they are very, even if it's just societal pressure, they're very health conscious. But maybe that's just a stereotype, I don't know. I do wonder. I guess one part really is just that people who are in Japan are like, will get shamed to fuck if they are like overweight, but usually they are a lot thinner, I think. That is very true. A lot of Western cuisine is usually quite fatty, I think. Also, fast food in the US is like crazy cheap. You know? Which I guess is kind of the point of it, at least somewhat. But at least, oh, in comparison to what it's like here, I was shocked at how cheap stuff was. Which is very bad, of course, if you make your fast food so cheap and easily available. People are going to buy it a lot, which is good for those companies, of course, but bad for the people. Very, very bad for the people. Yeah, exactly. Fast food here is like really expensive, actually. To the point where it's just not really worth buying. Which I guess is good because it discourages you from doing that, but it's like, I think it's supposed to be cheap and accessible. Well, yeah, because it's like, it doesn't even fill you up, really. It is not very filling as a food. So you just end up needing more anyways. Which again, good for the company, not for you. I feel like it was never really that cheap here. Of course, I could be wrong, because what do I know? But like, I do genuinely think it wasn't that widely available. Also, we don't have many fast food places in the first place. Hold on. Because there is so many fast food chains in the US. I am Austrian, actually. I feel like it's cheaper to go to like a local restaurant than to go get fast food here. At least in the area where I live. Especially since you get more for what you pay for. So we have like, I guess McDonald's is pretty popular or common here, but stuff like Taco Bell, for example, doesn't even exist in the country because it's just, I guess, not viable for them to have it. Which I get, you know? I think I've talked about this before, but I genuinely don't think Taco Bell would thrive here. Because it's very good food. I would like to think. We have one, well, maybe we have a few KFCs in the country, and like Starbucks, McDonald's, and Burger King. Oh, we have a Subway. Yeah, that's another thing. Most fast food places from like actual fast food chains are actually pretty far away. So it's not like all of these things pile up and then it's just not worth going, you know? Hey. Oh. Also, their food isn't good. I heard that the quality for American fast food chains is worse in the US than in other places as well, but it's like, even so, it's not very good. Well, that's the best thing to do though, isn't it? To cook at home. I know it's annoying oftentimes, but it is the best thing that you can do for yourself. Can't believe I'm saying this, but we are actually done with this model. Oh. I didn't think I'd be able to finish this today. I have that thought too sometimes, where I'm like, if I would eat unhealthy foods more, I feel like I would be fatter. I don't know, though, because like maybe sometimes every now and then you might crave it, but I feel like I could not eat it regularly because it's just kind of, you know? Thank you. Thank you very much. We do have to merge everything down. Which I will actually just do. But... why? Save duplicate, please. And then put... non-merged. Just in case I fuck up, you know? It's entirely possible that I'll need to go back and something here. Also, I'm very curious right now. That's a lot of layers. Oh my god. Let's see, what is... I need to like start naming everything. You know, I'm really glad that I lowered the DPI for this from my canvas. Because if I had what I originally had, which was 1200 DPI, I would not have been able to have 730 layers active at the same time. I have a drawing tablet. I'm not one of those crazy people who could draw with the mouse. They scare me, I'm not gonna lie. But I have a normal drawing tablet that I use. It's quite useful. It's also on screen, which is why I'm looking down most of the time when I do this. I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna keep these separate. I know this is gonna be a lot of work. I will try and keep it separate. I would say it has its advantages to have a screenless tablet. I used to have one before this one. It's definitely better for your back, I will let you know that. But otherwise, you know. Thank you, Adbreak, for interrupting me once again. How dare. This is so much fucking work, but you know, it'll be worth it. I have seen quite a few tablets actually, more on the expensive side of course, that are on screen, but they are almost at the same angle as like a regular monitor. I don't know how people draw like that, to be honest with you. I feel like my hand would start to hurt, or my wrist, my arm, I don't know. Yeah, like almost. It is at a slight angle, but it is almost straight, stood upright, which is, I don't know how people do that. I guess that is true, huh? People who work on like an easel, they do work like that as well, huh? You are so right, actually. I've never tried that before. I've only ever drawn on a desk, and like my current tablet is slightly angled, so it's like slightly tilted upwards, but not that much. I don't know how people do that, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Mine isn't even that expensive, even though it is a brand tablet, so it obviously is going to cost more. I mean, there are definitely cheap ones. And of course, they're gonna be cheaper if they're smaller. I currently am using a Wacom One, which is, of course, an on-screen tablet, like I said. And I would probably start without an on-screen one. They are more expensive compared to screenless ones. And also, I feel like it's easier. I mean, I guess if you're learning with like traditional art, maybe it's easier with the on-screen, but you know. Oh, which one do you have? I had, I know how to spell. 4-letter words? Hey, I had an Into Us before this, actually. That one lasted me quite a while. Until it decided it didn't want to turn on anymore, which is fine. I don't even know if this is the right way of naming it. But it doesn't matter because I've rigged my own stuff, so. That's interesting. Wait, what? You have a Wacom one that isn't on screen? I didn't know that was a thing. Is that a door? That was only on screen, but hey, I don't know. I haven't actually looked at tablets in a while. They are very expensive because of the brand name, so you know. Like, as much as I don't want to admit it, well, I mean, I don't mind admitting it. There is a lot. Oh, I made a mistake. There is a lot of brands that have kind of a monopoly on this market. And then you know what? My brain is currently not burning the way it's meant to. It's $50 on Amazon? What the fuck? Crazy. When I bought it, it was like 300, or like the one that I use is $300. That's interesting. I mean, it's a good deal. I think it only costs more because it is on screen. I had massive problems when I got it first because I could not make it work with Clip Studio. Like, the pen pressure just didn't work at all. And it did start to work slightly. But the lines got like super squiggly. It was very annoying. Well, you can always, well, at least you should be able to. Why the fuck? Adjust your sensitivity. But I don't know. It could really just be less sensitive. I could not tell you because I don't have it. I don't know what that means. Is that a lot? What the fuck? Ah, I see. Well, I guess if it's $50, then yeah. I guess that makes sense. I mean, I always say you don't need expensive equipment to make things work. Like these ones. Because it's like, as long as it works, it doesn't matter how expensive your equipment is, because it's not going to teach you how to do stuff. I mean, I don't know how much you're gonna learn from me, but I hope you're learning something. I would say my stuff is a bit niche because it's like I mean I do other art too, but I do a lot of model art. So a lot of the things I do here are specific to just that. For example, having all my layers separate. Oh. I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. Again, I do hope you can actually learn something, but I don't know. Oops. That's fine. Like I said, I enjoy hanging out with people and just yapping while I do this stuff. Because I can do it alone, of course, but it's more interesting. This is bad. See if I can't fix this, actually, because, oh, hey. I'm also, of course, still learning. But I guess we are now learning together. Oops. Please don't crash. Saved in a while. Be nice to me. What program do you use? If you don't mind me asking. Holy shit, why is it doing this right now? I don't really like how the bottom eyelids, honestly. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Oh, but I feel like maybe 80% is fine. My throat is starting to hurt. Okay. I will look in a second. How many hours I've spent on this. I'm sure it's been quite a few. Oof. 20 hours on the model art in total. Which is not bad, I would say. I need to hide that. I am trying to make them more and more complex, so it's like a battle between getting faster, but also adding more details, so becoming slower again. For me, it's around 30-ish hours, I would say. It does depend on how long it takes me to come up with a design. But I think 30 hours for the art. That is, of course, not including the rigging, but for the art, it's pretty normal, around 30. And then, oh yeah, there are people who spend even more time on their models. They're, you know, I would say my models are relatively simple. In comparison. But we haven't even started rigging. I think rigging is usually another 20 hours at the very least. That takes me maybe 60 hours to make a model. There's a lot of work that goes into this. That's not what I wanted. Whoopsie. That's the wrong one. You want to try? I wonder if that works. But mine are priced between 100 and 150 euro or euros, I don't know. But like professional models can cost like 10,000 euro or dollars or whatever as well. So they are very expensive. Which is understandable given how much work goes into all of this. Yeah, I know. But I'm not very good, I would say, in comparison to like the actual industry professionals. And B, I'm a nobody, you know? I'm fully aware of that. There's not a lot of people who know me. So I can't, even if I wanted to charge like, I don't know, 2K, I could never do that. It's just supply and demand kind of thing, you know? Also, art in general is really hard to price unless you're like super popular. Because even though it is a luxury good, a lot of people are not willing to pay for it if it's not like super cheap. Yeah, exactly. I could never afford to do that as a small artist. But I do genuinely also believe I could not, like, my skill level is not sufficient to charge thousands, you know? Which is why we're practicing. Do that. I'm just being realistic. As depressing as that may sound. Hello, where are we going? But this is a very much oversaturated field. Of course I'm hopeful, you know? That one day I can actually get regular commissions and stuff. But that is a ways off. That doesn't mean I'll stop. Yeah, I've been drawing since I was like 4 years old. And I like doing it. This is just another way of doing it because I really enjoy creating characters. I always have. So this is like the perfect way to do this for me. Okay. That together. I don't think I would enjoy it this much, honestly. But it is genuinely fun. Even though rigging is something sometimes. But the better you get at it, the easier it gets. Typically, I would say. Or at least that's how I see it, you know? I need to hide the floor because I can't see what I'm looking at. But it is a lot of work. I'm not gonna pretend like it isn't, you know? Which is why I mean, you know, because I've been drawing for a long time, I do very much understand and always have understood that this stuff costs money because it's a lot of work. But, making your own model really shows you just how fucking much work goes into it. But it's fine. I don't mind doing it. Besides, I get to annoy you with my yapping while I do it. That's not all bad. I feel like I should probably separate that more, actually. I don't know what to call this. Oh. What's happening? Please don't. God, I'm sorry. I don't know how to spell 4-letter words apparently. Hello? I spelled the word shoe wrong. 3 times. Fuck. Welcome back. No, wait. My brain. There we go. There we go. I mean, that sounds interesting to me. But maybe I'm just weird. I really do like watching documentaries. I always have though. So I don't even think that's like an age thing. I just like them. Ah. I guess that would make it even more interesting, huh? Even if it's like the most boring thing imaginable, the fact that it is about where you live, it's like, wait. Neuron activation, actually. Okay. Turn the ruler off. Save again. And then we have to separate the left and the right side. This one's fine. What is not? It'll be very annoying, but it's fine. Hmm. I guess that would technically be now, right? Because it's the other way around. Oh, we had that as well, but with cows, where they were just suddenly standing on the road. They weren't like aggressive or anything, but you know, cows can be kind of scary, I feel. Hey. You pet them? I guess you can do that with sheep. I personally wouldn't try to do that with a cow. I have a little bit too much respect. Like, they can be pretty cute, I guess, but at the same time, if you piss one of them off, you could just die. And, personally, I don't want to do that, actually. I don't want to do that. Were the sheep fluffy, though? I bet they were. That's good. Good that they at least listened to someone. Did you bring them back to where they needed to go, or need to be, I guess? Coffee. Okay. Oh, he's got a course. Okay. I mean, that's fair enough. Ah. Well, I hope they, like, found their way back to where they belong. This is kind of annoying. That's good. Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't mean to click on that, Your Honor. Please let me out. Don't mean to do that. Yeah. Got that. You know what I could just do? This is way easier. Just take the entire folder. This is already split. I don't think we have many sheep where I live. We have some like right next to where I live. But otherwise, it's a lot more common for like cows to be there. Separated. Separate. Also. Oh, I need to merge this as well. One day I'll learn. Sorry, I'm not talking much, but I can't. My brain actually won't let me do this at the same time. I do usually do this when I'm like by myself. But you know, I thought I would show it once. Because it does take a little bit of time to have it set up for Live2D. Because you need to have all of the pieces separate. And then convert it into a Photoshop file because Live2D only takes that one. And then you throw it into Live2D Cubism and you can start. Well, why is it not? Oh, there we go. Okay. I think I will actually split the cape into 2 parts because they are each resting on one side of the body. So if I want it to move properly, I will have to have each side be separate. So I'm not sure about actually. Is all one part. This is also all one part. This is also all one part. This is not. So we will put that. Hello? Fuck. Already separate. This is not. It's a lot less than it was at the start. When I hadn't merged everything, it was 730 layers for this. So it is actually not that much right now. But they all need to be, because everything that is separated also move, or I can make it move separately. Otherwise I would not be able to do that efficiently. Yeah. I merged everything that needs to be merged down, so I can rig it when I put it into Life 2D Cubism, which we will do in a second actually. Once I am done with this. I think I'll leave the back cloak, but separate. No. This is definitely gonna. Oops, nope. Oh, I'm jealous. I want some cake too. Will stay intact. I will separate this. I know it's gonna be annoying, but I'm gonna separate it because of the long bits on the side. See. Alright. No. I want some too. I'm gonna delete all of these extra layers. If that's me. This is the original sketch, right? Yeah. That looks very different now. I've never heard of Globus before. Are they very good? Face looks very different, but that's because the face was very disproportionate when I made it before. But that is fine. Yeah. Oh, I've never heard of that. The only supermarkets that we have are like Lidl and stuff like that, you know? Paris? In the southwest and west. That's interesting, because we don't have any of that. At least not where I live. Okay, so let's do our Photoshop document. I'll make a new folder. Leave it in there. Okay. So let me open up Live 2D Cubism. And then I can throw the new model in there. If it lets me. It always takes a little while to open up because it's one of the programs of all time. Oh, do they? That's pretty cool. Oh, there. We want to do full scale because otherwise. There we go. Everything's in there. €1? What the f- I'm so jealous right now. What the hell? It costs so much more here. That's bullshit. I want that too. I'm so jealous right now. I'm just trying to fix all of these. Okay. But I don't know why I turned it off. This model is now pretty much ready to be rigged. of course I have to do the basic setup stuff. But otherwise it is pretty much ready. But we will not be doing that today. We will be doing that next week. Standard, please. Let me see. Ooh, that's a lot of points. For now, we have everything set up in the most basic of ways. We can start this whenever. That does, however, mean that I am done for today. So I will find someone to raid. And then I will do my usual spiel. And I will see you tomorrow, don't worry. I usually stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 4 to 5 p.m. like European Standard Time, I guess, I think. And I usually go for like 4 or 5 hours. Sometimes it's 30, but it's usually 4 or 5. But I do usually stream on the weekends. It should actually still say in my schedule on Twitch. But it might be a bit outdated. I do always post the schedules in the Discord as well, though. For every week. Let's see. Why don't I send you to... Huh? Tomorrow we'll not be doing art. Tomorrow we will be doing a little bit of gaming. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for the bits. We will be raiding Lyra now. And as always, you know me, I'm always happy to hang out with you guys, to chat, because like, I don't know, it just makes doing this a lot more fun. Especially since I'm sure it's very amusing to see me mauled over the rigging for the 100th time, but you know. But again, thank you for hanging out with me. I always appreciate it. And I will see you tomorrow with some Stardew. I did say originally I'm not going to stream on Sunday, but I might, considering we've just finished the model. So we'll see. Either way, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.